hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nichols and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise.
Hey, good morning. We're going to continue this meeting from yesterday. Welcome you to the second day of our public hearing regarding the consideration of the Idaho-Maryland mine. I'd like to personally thank the consultant team, the applicant, our staff, most importantly, the community members who have come here to give us your feedback, your insights, and your thoughts on the mine. We've worked to make this a very transparent and participatory project hearing, and we're going to do that again today. We really want the applicant to get a fair, non-biased, open, and transparent hearing from the county on these matters before us. I'm going to give you a little bit of insight on our process today. We're going to start by completing public comment. We have 118 total numbers. We're at about number 85. We're going to call them sequentially, but we will be concluding public comment regardless of the number of total public comments at 11 a.m. So if we stop before then, we'll start the staff and applicant summary presentations, ask clarifying questions, and then go into board deliberation. But we will be ending public comment today at or before 11 a.m. We are going to have the summary from both applicant and staff. We're going to have clarifying questions from the board. I expect us to take lunch between 12 to 1:30, then return and begin, if we haven't already begun, board deliberations. We'll take another 15-minute break in the middle of the afternoon, should we need that. A couple of housekeeping notes. A speaker number is required to address the board, and these numbers can be obtained from the check-in table located in the lobby. Once the public comment segment of the meeting begins, a clerk will call speakers up in groups of 10 to line up in the back of the chamber. If you're watching the meeting in a different viewing room, please come to the lobby when we announce that your number group is approaching so that you can line up in the chambers. When it's your turn to speak, please come up to the podium, state your name if you'd like, then provide your comment. Each speaker will get 3 minutes, and the mic will stay on for exactly 3 minutes. It'll turn off after 3 minutes. If you'd like to hand in written comments, you may provide a copy of your written comments to the clerk of the board staff in the lobby at the table near where you picked up your speaker number. If you do provide written comment during the meeting, please remember that the board will not have a chance to review these comments before making our determination. As a reminder, during today's meeting, we'd like to ask that members of the public please refrain from clapping or talking over each other, as we're broadcasting closed captioning to our additional meeting rooms and online, and the system will pick up these additional notes and noises and make participation more challenging for our hearing impaired constituents. For those who have brought signs, please do not block the view of others who are seated around you. If necessary, we will be taking lunch. We talked about that. If you have any questions about the process, the meeting, or this hearing, you can step out of the room and see our staff at the staff table directly behind the wall here behind you. And we appreciate everybody's cooperation. Again, we look forward to the best mind hearing ever. And let's get started. We'll start with number 86 to 95. Please line up in the back of the room. Number 85, yep, go ahead and come on up. And I'm going to ask you just to keep the line moving. So as soon as that speaker's done, we want the next speaker up to the podium. And I'm just going to say this one time because I said it a lot yesterday. Please adjust the mic so it's facing directly toward where you're speaking. Thank you.
Is it working? Okay. Good morning. My name is Jude Bishoff. I live in District 3. Our property is a quarter mile through the forest to the Brunswick site boundary. We are terrified of the noise that is going to be going on when they are moving rock and debris with bulldozers and dump trucks until 10 p.m. at night. It will destroy our relaxed country lifestyle that we so enjoy. Dr. Chambers' comments on the EIR noted there was a fundamental lack of information regarding potential environmental impacts related to geochemistry and water quality, and that the EIR was only sufficient to support an application for dewatering and exploration drilling. Dr. Chambers then commented that if you follow this simplistic logic, mining companies would never ask for an exploration permit. The normal steps for opening a mine included at least a feasibility study, exploration, development, and production. The Nevada County use permit for exploration and mining clearly includes the option to request an exploration permit. Why is Nevada County's problem that RISE does not have enough money to follow the normal process? Why are we being asked to risk our wells, our property values, our air and water quality so that RISE can skip the steps that may or may not prove their claims before they open the mine? Instead, we are given empty promises and predictions that tests performed after permit approval will validate their claims. The risks are too high to rely on promises and predictions. The fact that RISE does not have money to do the right is not Nevada County's problem. Trust your planning commission. Just say no.
Thank you, Jude, for your comments.
Good morning. I'm Ronald Snodgrass, a resident of Nevada County. I'm offering my observations for resolving the conflicts surrounding the attempts to reopen the Idaho-Maryland mine. These are based on my 40 years of experience in negotiating solutions for adversarial turmoil surrounding resource use and development. To establish standing and better understanding of Ryegrass Valley, I purchased stock in the company. What happened is a precipitous drop in the stock value, a 70% loss. This is a fire alarm for any corporate management development effort. I've read the planning department staff report recommending resolutions for the Board of Supervisors to not certify the EIR and essentially deny the use permit. Yesterday, the applicant's counsel revealed a path of thinking that would move the issue out of these public hearing rooms and into courtrooms to get a judgment of taking and seeking just compensation. Corporations under such stress as Ryegrass Valley have often needed to turn to bankruptcy or sale to another entity. Let's look at sale to another entity. And let's have that entity be Nevada County. I recommend the county consider the following steps. 1, get a current property appraisal. 2, secure an option to buy, giving time for the county to structure the purchase. 3, develop a county municipal bond, debt security, to finance this capital project. 4, line up matching state proposition funds designated for parkways, recreation complexes, trails for urban, rural connectivity and economic development. The California Infrastructure Economic Development Bank can handle projects of this magnitude. And 5, create a special commission for goals, design, planning, and development of the properties. The Board of Supervisors, utilizing the discretionary powers of your position, can consider this alternative a new pathway. The opportunity is closer than you might think, and certainly the future is what we make of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rondell, for your comments.
Good morning, board members. My name is Bill Lawrence, and I've lived in Nevada County for 13 years, and I live in District 3. My 30-year career in public environmental health has spanned a range of specialties, with the majority of my career focused on hazardous materials management and worker safety. Last May, I spoke before the Planning Commission requesting that the EIR should be rejected until Ryegrass Valley demonstrates how the various chemicals used on their on-site processing of ore are managed. There's very sketchy information in their reports. To my knowledge, Rise has not submitted any supplemental information on this topic. Rise has previously stated in its documents that no hazardous waste from processing ore on the Brunswick site will be generated. All gold processing on this site are in a closed loop system, they say. I'm not convinced of that. I'll focus on 3 of the chemicals that they have described in their report. By the way, they claim they're not using any mercury or cyanide. Mercury could not be used. It's been banned internationally for over a decade. The first chemical is methylisobutylcarbinol. It's a flammable toxic liquid. It readily enters the atmosphere if not properly managed. RISE proposes to use up to 18 tons annually of this chemical. Nowhere in their documentation is it demonstrated how it will be managed, or if there will be any hazardous waste generated. They've not further explained how they will protect workers who would come into contact or close vicinity of this material. The second chemical is Magnafloc, polyacrylamide. It can contain a contaminant called acrylamide, which is a potent neurotoxin. Again, nothing mentioned how this chemical is used. The third chemical is aerophene, which is a corrosive compound that can cause severe burns and eye damage. Special precautions are required when handling this material. The material safety data sheet states that it is not readily biodegradable. To conclude, the board must not approve of this.
Bill, thanks for your comments.
Greetings, I'm Walt Froloff, Grass Valley. Some of you may have missed it. We, Nevada County, were threatened by Rise Gold yesterday, right here in this room. That's right. It wasn't just a threat against the good board. It's a threat against everyone in Nevada County that pays taxes. Rise Gold threat came disguised as the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. They allege that this due process that they're getting is somehow rigged, and that county will pay for an unlawful taking of their property right. But this charade is not about property. It's better known as legal extortion. Let me explain how that works. First, the operating mine up there on an earthquake fault in the middle of it is an existential threat to the community. That's because the community health and safety supersedes property rights, always has. That's because the cost associated with death and destruction of a community is effectively unlimited. But legitimate property rights are limited. Not that mining toxic waste is a legitimate property right. There's no mitigation measures for an existing existential threat. Moreover, there's no EIR analysis of earthquakes caused by the mining on the fault, a well-known phenomenon in the mining industry. Lubricating a fault causes earthquakes up to a magnitude of 7 on the Richter scale. So what's this really about? One cannot argue that being denied the right to build an atomic bomb on one's property is a taking, or creating toxic waste on a property is protected property right. Property rights have limits, but no doubt Rise Gold will file an action against the county's rigged election process, even though the Rise Gold knows that there's an empty threat and arguably a frivolous case. They just need to keep the media going so they can sell stock. That's the new and very profitable business model. The scam works like this: threaten to extort a small public board or a local government and wait for settlement money to flow from fear. There's absolutely no downside from this legal extortion scheme. But remember, extortion is a crime. And yesterday morning, Rise Gold extortion threat was put on the record. So don't just say no. Say no with prejudice and show California that this extortion business will not be tolerated. Then watch Rise Gold go running up to purchase an abandoned mine in a less aware community like Canada. Like the warden said, thanks for your time.
Yeah, Walt, thank you for your comments.
Can we have the next group of commenters line up in the back? We are at numbers 96 to 105. If you can line up in the back of the chambers. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Sanders. I'm the Vice President of the Friends of Banner Mountain, a nonprofit volunteer organization. Our mission is to protect Banner Mountain and its natural and cultural resources for the benefit of residents, visitors, and future generations. Banner Mountain and the people who live on it are in District 1. Friends of Banner Mountain started 40 years ago. In March 1984, Banner Mountain residents formed a group to oppose a project proposed by a Canadian mining corporation. The project was the reopening of the Banner lava cap mine. We were successful in preventing reopening of that mine. In 2022, when Friends of Banner Mountain was preparing its comment letter on the draft DIR, we conducted a survey of Banner Mountain residents to solicit their input on the project. 96% of respondents opposed the project. Some of the concerns expressed by survey respondents included project impacts on wells, water and air quality, traffic, noise and vibration, decline in property values, and impacts on biological resources. We provide details on these concerns in our 2022 comment letter. Friends of Banner Mountain believes that this project would adversely affect Banner Mountain residents and its natural resources for generations, and we urge you to reject the project. Friends of Banner Mountain would like to thank all of you, the board, and Nevada County staff who stayed here late last evening, and also all the staff who are deployed throughout the building, spending time helping all of us. This has been a smooth and well-run proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Can we have the next group of commenters line up in the back? We are looking for numbers 106 to 110.
I have a bit of a PSA to say. We have free coffee, tea, and other food outside because we as a community care about each other and support each other. And because of that, we are supporting each other against the Idaho Maryland mine, which is a project that is only going to destroy our community and cause countless environmental damages and hurt to our entire community. So that's why we're outside, and I implore all of you to go get free coffee, free hot tea, free chicken soup, and other free food, because we care about each other as a community, and we understand that we have to support each other. And that's why there's so many people in this room who maybe don't live right next to the mine, but realize that we need to support each other and support the people who are going to have their wells destroyed, support the people who are going to have their property damages destroyed and their entire communities destroyed if this mine is approved. So I implore you, please do not support this mine.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is Robin Nichols. I have been a Nevada County resident for over 45 years and am a real estate broker and, most importantly, a mother. Like most people here, I am very concerned about the negative impacts the reopening of the mine would have on our environment, our community, and our local economy. You have heard and read testimony from thousands of local residents who have voiced their opposition to the reopening of the mine, and yes, many of the sentiments have been repeated. This is not just redundancy, as one speaker suggested, but a demonstration of the shared concerns of our community. I personally am especially concerned with the silica and asbestos that would become airborne should the mine be reopened. Airborne particles, as we know from wildfires, can travel hundreds of miles in every direction, and even minimal exposure to these can cause asthma and lung cancer. This will affect all of us, regardless of where we live in the county. The credibility or lack of credibility of the applicant concerns me. As CEO and mine manager of Banks Island Gold, Ben Mossman was found guilty on 13 counts of environmental spills, and under his leadership, the company went bankrupt, leaving Canadians with a mess to clean up to the tune of $900 million to $1 billion. Yet Mr. Mossman was until recently CEO of RISE, and he is still on their board. This is telling of the applicant's values and business model and makes me wonder just how costly this operation ultimately would be to our county if it were to be allowed to proceed. They're trying to sell us a fairy tale. They would have us believe that grass could grow on a toxic pile of crushed rock that is growing by thousands of tons per day and compacted by heavy equipment 5 days a week. That trucks moving thousands of tons of crushed rock will be quieter than a few passing cars. That draining billions of gallons of water from the mine shafts won't affect our local rivers and aquifers. They claim that the mine would bring more jobs to the area, but it's a red flag that most of the work shifts would be 12 hours, a schedule typically created to accommodate long-distance commuters, not locals. They present mock-ups of the proposed mine site that suggest it would look like an upscale business park. Does the project proposal actually include a requirement that the applicant or their successors complete the build-out as they have represented it to us? Or would it in fact be a barren industrialized landscape, just like every other mining operation we've seen? Regarding the thinly veiled threat of a lawsuit, no one and no corporation has a constitutional right to pollute our air, pollute and diminish our water supplies, or to diminish our community's quality of life. This is why we have zoning and environmental laws in place. RISE purchased the mineral and surface estates with full knowledge that the similar project proposals at the site had been previously denied and without first obtaining a permit to reopen the mine. In my professional opinion as a realtor and business broker, this was a gross negligence to their duties to their shareholders. Any responsible person or entity looking to...
Thank you, Robin, for your comments.
Can we have the remaining group of speakers line up in the back? We're at numbers 111 to 118. And if your numbers were missed, please line up in the back to present your comment.
Hello, my name is Ezra Stewart. I'm an armed decorated military veteran with 4 combat tours. I grew up in District 4. Over here is Joe Mullen and Ben Mossman. They're representing Rise Gold. Their local address for business is Suite 215, 333 Crown Point Circle, Grass Valley. This is Chris Powell. He works for the Hanson Bridget Legal Group, the legal offices of which are 500 Capitol Mall Suite, 1500 Sacramento. I just want to let everyone know, I mean, everyone does know, but technology has advanced considerably since, just in the past 5 years. So I'm going to name off 5 websites that I think it's important to have on record so everyone understands the technologies these websites represent, especially when these technologies are used in concert with each other. So the first website is maltego.com. The second website is flipperzero.one. That's O-N-E.
What does this have to do with the mine?
I'm getting there. The third website is tarsusa.com. The fourth website is silencercentral.com.
I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you a couple seconds to get to the
Fifth
point here.
Central is sparrowlockpicks.com. And it's important everyone investigate this so everyone involved.
Thank you for your comment. Step down, please. Please step down. Please step down. Can we get the next commenter, please?
Good morning. My name's Steve Mendoza. I'm from District 3. I've been in Grass Valley since 1981. I'm not an expert on mining. I'm just another concerned citizen. First off, I have nothing against mining in general. I understand that certain types of mining are necessary to our well-being, and they've created a lot of good technology. It's just that Rise Gold chose the wrong site for their venture, I feel. We know that mining has a rich history in Grass Valley, but over 60 years ago, very conscious and deliberate decisions were made to close the mines. And it was since then, the landscape and our lifestyle has changed drastically, really to a more rural residential situation. And to think that we can reopen a hard rock mine a couple of miles from Grass Valley, directly adjacent to these properties, seems like rationalization to me. Excuse me. So, tourists, locals, If you want to know what mining was like, you can visit Empire Mine State Park or North Star Mining Museum to get an idea of what mining was. We can preserve our heritage and history of mining that way rather than living with it for the next 80 years on a daily basis. Excuse me, I've got a little bit of a cold. So I support the experts that have come out in opposition to the mine, and I'd like to just place my support in that area. And I appreciate the thoughtful consideration you're giving this topic. It's very important to all of us. We're trusting you guys to make the right decision, and we're going to have to live with it for the next many, many years. So appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Steve.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Paul. I live in District Number 3. I think you should ask yourselves, how is it we are still debating whether to open an existing mine when it is very evident that from day one, the surrounding community overwhelmingly rejects the opening of the mine? I think the time has come for you as supervisors to put some safeguards into these types of applications and a permitting process so you as supervisors can focus your energy towards projects that this community can benefit from without the high risk of destroying our community. Let's put a stop to the regurgitation of opening this mine. The opening of this mine puts too much risk on the community for very little reward. The community no longer lives the way it did 70 years ago. Ask yourselves, is this mine going to be an asset to this community for when the next 80 years, those seats you are sitting in now will be occupied by a new set of supervisors debating over the problems that this mine, if opened, will present. This mine, if open, has a very good chance of experience some type of accident caused by human error or accident caused by an unknown condition. I am asking the Board of Supervisors to please reject the opening of this mine. Now I would like to say to Rise Gold that I read a statement put out by Ben Mosman that the project enjoys strong local support. Majority of Nevada County support the reopening of the mine. I believe this to be an untrue statement based on what I am hearing up to this podium through all the public meetings I have attended. It takes a lot of courage for most of us to speak our feelings in front of a crowd of people. You heard comments of a 9-year-old who had the courage to walk up to this podium and express her concern on the future environment of this community if the mine were to open. I would like to ask Rise Gold to have the courage to withdraw their application for a use permit to reopen the Idaho-Maryland mine.
Thank you for your comments.
Sorry, I haven't gotten my RSV shot yet.
Go ahead and pull that mic down in front of you. Thank you.
Good idea. I'm Robin Voigt, District 1. This company trades as a penny stock, which means the stock price is less than $1 and is generally volatile. Current price as the other day is 10 cents. That means at this particular moment, no one is investing in them, then why should we? This company is not going to get us through World War III. Like, this is in regard to their comment yesterday about how the gold mines got us through World War II. Our country is not on the gold standard anymore. Gold is just another commodity like pork bellies. This company has now entered into a credit facility arrangement in the last few weeks, which means that they are given a loan by an undesignated loaner, which means that they are given a loan wait for it, $1 million in $100,000 increments is needed. Good to know that they can stay afloat a few more days, at least until today. All they want is for you, the board, to certify an inadequate EIR so they can legally bind you for the shall versus may language they brought up yesterday. Then it's about selling a judge on the idea that this county should pay them lots of money, all by a company that has no money, no serious investment backing, no track record, only potential for a product on par with pork bellies. And ask the CEO how long he's been in his position. The last one stepped down because he was indicted and convicted on 13 counts of no-nos. And forget about Heidi Hall recusing herself. We know her views. She was elected because of them or in spite of them, take your pick. But it doesn't matter because this is not about creating a mine. This is about getting to the point where they can sue somebody. Let's hope Heidi Hall and all the supervisors are anti-scammers and don't recuse themselves just because they're presented with a scam. The gold mine they think they're sitting on is defunct. We've moved on. People from all over are moving here. Nevada City is rated in the top 10 of small towns in the U.S. Grass Valley has beautified its downtown to draw people in. But again, this is not about allowing a mine. This is about stopping a scam. And I don't appreciate the fact that they told our planners that they're wrong, that our staff was told they're made-up problems, you were threatened or else, and they have a poor baby attitude coming in here.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning. My name is David Berry. I work in District 1. I did a little research on the lawsuits that were mentioned by Rise Gold yesterday, in particular the Half Moon Bay and the Sacramento County lawsuits. In Sacramento County, there was quite a bit of evidence submitted that the Tykert gravel, whatever their official name is, was using Sacramento County to put pressure on a competitor, and it wasn't revolving entirely around just the Sacramento County denying land use rights. Half Moon Bay was a little more complicated, but again, these lawsuits had considerable complex underpinnings, and the implications that Rise Gold made yesterday was that it was just a clean-cut, easy lawsuit to establish about being denied their, quote, property rights in this area, and it's much more difficult than that to establish a basis for a viable lawsuit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your comments.
Can we have the last call for commenters with numbers that weren't able to line up? Last call for commenters who have numbers that have not provided their comment.
I'm Martin Webb of Penn Valley, happy to attend another hearing resulting in a unanimous no vote against this poorly thought out proposal. I'm not sure what county the applicant thinks they're in, but they're definitely in the wrong one. Let's stop pretending this proposal wouldn't damage our community and quality of life in 83 different ways according to the EIR. Any studious reader knows that 83 damaging impacts were predicted for our community that lives and breathes off of our beautiful natural settings. Let's remember the EIR creates arbitrary lines that call some of those 83 negative impacts significant and some less than significant, often with no real mathematical difference between the two. For example, pollution levels might be deemed significant at 10,000 parts per million, but magically less than significant when they are merely one particulate less at 9,999. However, there's no real difference between the two numbers other than one gets to be called less than significant and thus is ignored by the EIR to create unmitigated damages. What this means is the EIR states we'd be intentionally left with a grand total of 83 separate but compounded damaging impacts. None of them would disappear, and all of which creates one enormous significant negative impact that would be unmitigated. Drinking one light beer is less than significant. Drinking 83 beers creates significant damages. Having one small hole in a boat is less than significant. Having 83 holes creates significant damages. So let no one be misled. Only someone who doesn't live here and is being paid to bully our town would dare to pretend that 83 negative impacts are somehow insignificant or don't exist at all. Count from 1 to 83 as fast as you can and tell me if this volume of harm should be ignored. As the economic report clearly says, if the associated environmental impacts were felt, it would result in our dear community being a less attractive place to visit and live. And it only takes a slight reduction of visitation for the proposed economic benefits to be completely wiped out by our losses. For example, losing only 5 to 10% of our tourism economy, worth around $400 million a year and 4,000 jobs, means losing up to $40 million a year and 400 jobs. Poof! That wipes out all predicted gains. And that's if we still keep 90% of our tourism, because no one here takes their family on weekend trips to see industrial mines in operation. Yet everyone here is dependent on people visiting our area because the gold mines stayed closed. The economic report said it could not find any similar situations matching this type of proposal because something like this is unprecedented in America. No one has closed a mine for 70 years, built up a high-end community of homes around it, and reopened it to see.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, hi, guys. Bevan Iredell, District 1. So, there's over 50 qualified mining companies in America, and they have a reputation that they continue to get jobs on. That's over 100 years long. Like, the success of them continuing to work is because of their past record. So why haven't any of them come up to this podium, look you in the eye, and say, I can open this mine for the next 85 years without impacting the community or the environment? Does this company have a 100-year track record at risk? Thank you.
Thank you, Bevan. Madam Clerk, do we have any other outstanding public commenters?
We have no further commenters lined up to participate in their comments.
Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment for this public hearing period, and we will go ahead and move to our planning staff for their closing presentation. And we'll get the closing presentation from the applicant, and then we'll have board questions related to either of those closing presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Brian Foss, Planning Director. We heard a number of comments throughout the last couple of days, and we intend to touch on some of the most common themes that have been brought up with the public comments. I will bring up some of our sub-consultants to talk about the waste rock characterization and some of the well monitoring, groundwater monitoring issues and related to impacts on Wolf Creek and other groundwater. I did want to touch on some process questions that were brought up briefly. There were some comments made that somehow the staff did not follow our normal process with making recommendations to your board. The standard process that we always use and have used in this case is that when an application is submitted, staff prepares, sometimes with consultants, a environmental document in accordance with CEQA, and we also prepare a staff report that analyzes general plan policies and zoning ordinance consistency, and then we make a recommendation regarding the project to the appropriate decision-making body. And in this case, because there's a rezone component, the project goes through the Planning Commission first for a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for final decision on the land use entitlements. And in this case, staff developed an environmental impact report with a consultant, prepared a staff report with analysis on our general plan policies and our zoning ordinance, and made a recommendation to the Planning Commission. We provided 2 options to the Planning Commission. One was the potential to approve the project and certify the EIR, and the other option was to certify the EIR and deny certain components of the project, namely the rezone and the variance. After the public hearing and public comments and deliberations by the Planning Commission's recommendation was to not certify the EIR and to recommend denial of the variance and the rezone associated with this application. Staff's role at that time is to move the Planning Commission's recommendation forward to your board before final consideration. And so therefore, that is the recommendation outlined in the staff report, is to recommend the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial of and not certify the EIR and denial of the variance and the use permit. So I wanted to clarify that process for the record. And at this time, with your board's permission, I'd like to invite Ken Loy and Art Brun, who are part of our subconsultant team, to address those issues that I mentioned earlier regarding waste rock and groundwater.
Good morning. I'm Art Brun, one of the consultants that oversaw most of the mining pieces on the. Nope, get closer.
Art, what's the name of your firm, please?
ECM, Environmental Cost Management.
Thank you.
So we've overseen much of the mining portion, and one of the questions that had come up is waste characterization, what the rock looks like. Is a general statement. We have a vein of near vertical vein that contains some minerals, the gold. On the west side of the project is a meta sediments, which are similar to what's mined in some of the gravel pits around. On the east side, we have serpentine, and we'll go back first to the drilling. And sometimes as an engineer, it's nice to have a chalkboard or something to point to. If we imagine this as the vertical vein, this is the ground surface. To be able to characterize the vein, we set a drill on top and come down at an angle. And so as the mine gets deeper, the length of the rods get farther and farther away. And so we've got a long distance that we've got 1,000 feet of drill hole and core that came out, and we're sampling something that's 10 feet wide. So in that characterization, we know what the meta sediments are on the west side. And so sometimes we talk about sampling in detail. We know the rock type. The rock type's been characterized. So when we think about serpentine or asbestos, that rock we can count out as not having asbestos. That's one reason that less sampling has been taken. On the serpentine side, we assume that will have asbestos in it. Again, when we come to the vein, this side is meta sediments with no serpentine. This side of the vein, or off to the east, will have some. As long as the mining stays in the meta sediments, the geologist will look at the rock and determine that it doesn't. Not lots of testing is required. If you're in the serpentine, you'll do more testing. On the west side, we have the meta sediments. If we go up to Spring Hill, even on the surface, we have serpentine. Gardens or roads all have asbestos exposed.
Okay, quick, Art, I'm going to just pause you there for a minute. Does anybody have questions specific? This is highly technical. Someone offered the board an opportunity to ask questions regarding the asbestos containment in those
If I
samples.
could ask you just to repeat that last part about the surface.
The rock from the surface to 3,000 feet deep is the same. And so on the west side of the vein, the metasediments, they outcrop to the surface. And so the rock that would be taken out at the surface is no different than the rock that would be taken at depth. So if we'd have a quarry in that rock on the surface that we'd make road base, it would be the same as if you went down 1,000 feet. On the east side of the fault, or on the east side of the vein, where the serpentine is, it's also at the surface. And if we go down 1,000 feet, the rock is be almost identical to what we see at the surface. And I think there's been a question of what happens where the vein isn't, and I hope I can clear that up.
I understand. Are there any other questions?
Is it art?
Correct, yes.
So all the core drilling is done from the surface?
To my knowledge, yeah, with the mine not open, if we have access to the mines, my background is did exploration geology. I'm an engineer, design underground openings. I've actually worked as an underground miner. On the other side, my background is remediation. We had a job that we've just finished down at Lake Isabella on a cleanup on a mill. I've got 2 projects that we're cleaning up groundwater within 100 miles of Grass Valley. So if we have access to underground, we don't want to drill any farther than we have to. But with the mine underwater, we can't come down and drill. It has to be from the surface.
I didn't realize that. That's great. And then the other question would be, what is the typical width of the vein then?
The vein, I believe, it'd be nice to see it, but the vein historically has been, let's say it's a minimum of 2 feet or 1.5 feet, and the largest width is probably 10 feet. So I've drilled 1,000-foot hole from the surface to get down to that depth, and there's only 10 feet of the rock that is in the vein that has mineral or metals in it. One other difference is, going back to my drawing of my chalkboard, the Idaho, Maryland is a fairly steep vein. If anybody's gone over to the Empire mine, that's a pretty shallow vein. It dips about 30 degrees. This one tends to drip almost vertical or up 70 degrees.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No. Brian, any other presentation material from ECM Consultants? Okay. Ken? Pull that right up, right up to your mount there. Yeah, thanks.
How about now? All right, thank you. Good morning, supervisors, members of the public, and project proponent team. My name is Ken Loy. I work for West Yost Associates in Davis, California. I'm a hydrogeologist. I've been practicing for 34 years. I have degrees in geophysics and geohydrology. I'm a certified engineering geologist and hydrogeologist, professional geologist, all in California. And I'm going to talk about 2 things. One, building on what Art just discussed, but bringing that into focus on the characterization of the backfill and the Group C classification, the basis for the Group C classification. And then I'll also talk about the monitoring plans and related mitigation. So first of all, focusing in on the what Art was saying about the volume of various rock types that are coming up out of the ground. The project proponent has drilled something just under 70,000 feet of core. And based on that core and the characterization of the various rock types, whether it's, I'm going to name a few rock types, diorite, serpentinite, altered meta-andesite. There are various rock types out there, and they have known chemical properties. Based on that, the project proponents, geologists selected core samples that were characteristic of the different rock types. And then those were sent in for a specific type of chemical analysis. It's called the DI wet test, and that's what that stands for is waste extraction test. The DI part is that it's being used, it's being performed using deionized water. And the idea here is that this waste extraction test is simulating what might happen in a real world environment with rainwater percolating through the material. This is a technique that is well known to people that do compliance work with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. It's one of the tools that the regional board uses. In this case, the samples were analyzed by the DI wet method by a certified California laboratory. And the conclusion from that analysis, and this is just by point of clarification, is that most of the volume of the rock that would be removed does not have leachable concentrations of metals. About 3% of the rock, there are certain rock types, serpentinite being one, altered andesite being the other, altered meta-andesite, that does have arsenic concentrations that, if leached per the DI wet test, would exceed water quality goals. But given those volumes at about 3% of the total, this can be confirmed by the applicant team, it seems very feasible that that volume of rock could remain underground if it were differentiated and segregated from the main mass of rock, which doesn't have the leachable concentrations. So just wanted to provide that clarification, and I'll stop there in case there are questions.
Any questions?
Could you elaborate on the segregation, the possibility, the reality? Can it be segregated in where they mine, or would it have to be pulled up and then segregated there?
I'm going to pass that one to Art.
Yes, I can address that. It can definitely be segregated. The rock looks different, and we can separate it out just by the way it looks, easy to see visually. Again, on the west side of the fault, we're in the metasediments, which includes the diorite and the amphibolites, and there are all kinds of different names of them. The east side, the serpentine. You guys have probably been over to Goodyear Bar, and on the north side of that valley, easy to see the serpentine and easy to see the metasediments on the south side. If you've been down around Gilmore on the east side of the Coast Range, the serpentine sticks out easy. You can see it. So we do it visually. If the vein is going to be in the metasediments generally, and so that will be metasediment material. If there's two kinds of work, one is development on the vein, along the vein, where you're developing in the vein, the 10-foot wide vein. Also, you need to have access, and so generally it looks like the mine plan is in the metasediments to the west, and so that material could come to the surface. If there were development outside the vein in the serpentine, it would be best to keep that underground.
Just to clarify, when you're talking about the serpentine rock, you're talking about asbestos, right?
Yeah, the serpentine has a mineral called asbestos in it. Yeah.
But Ken mentioned arsenic. What kind of rock would the arsenic be coming out of?
The arsenic would be within the vein, in the 10-foot vein is where we'd expect to see it.
In the gold vein itself?
In the gold.
So that would be extracted and brought to the surface, and they would have to deal with it, the arsenic at the surface?
It probably comes out in the processing. The concentrations are fairly low.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I'd like to just add a little bit of clarification to that. And what I was speaking to, or attempting to speak to, was the rock that would go into the engineered fill or not.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. It brings clarity. It's difficult for me to understand how you could remove mineralized gold-containing rock, blast that out, remove it, and not bring it to the surface to extract the gold? I don't understand.
The intent is to take the 10-foot wide vein, again, this narrow vein, and so is mining for economic reasons. You want to move as little rock as you can. You'd like to take all of the 10-foot vein or the 5-foot vein, take it to the top, process it, take the gold out. And then the intent is to put a paste backfill after the gold's been taken out that goes back into the mine to provide mine support in the openings that were made. The diorite or the metasediments, that would be development, and that would be excess that wasn't in the vein.
Yeah.
So the only thing that comes to the surface that would have the metals in them would be the little narrow vein that they're working on.
Which does include that arsenic. It goes up, but it may come back down, be backfilled, not into the compacted engineered fill sediment area.
It would
Two
be
two different types of removal and replacement of materials.
Correct.
Okay,
To
thank you.
get the gold out, we're going to grind it. You're going to grind it fine. Take the gold out. You'll have fine-grained tailings of sand, and the sand will go back down its
Yep.
capacity to backfill.
I understand, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Hook? No? Okay, thank you for your time.
All right, so I'll move on, and now I'm going to be talking about the groundwater plans and mitigation, and my intent is to provide clarification, nothing more than that. All right, and also just hopefully to summarize what we have to work with here. So there are three relevant documents. There's a groundwater monitoring plan, domestic well monitoring plan, and then a well mitigation plan. And I'll talk about those in order. I'll start with the groundwater monitoring plan. That pertains to a set of dedicated monitoring wells that the project proponent would drill and then monitor through the life of the project. Those wells would be selected or have been already selected based on the numerical modeling, and they would be equipped with data logging equipment so that the water level measurements would be automated. The water level measurements would begin at least 1 year before the dewatering began. So that's one clarification I'd like to make very clear, is that it's at least 1 year of monitoring. That program also includes water quality monitoring and reporting, data management, quality control. And I think I said it before, but I'll say it again, that would go on through the life of the project, through the recovery phase, reclamation and recovery. There's also a domestic well monitoring plan, and the proposal there is to have outreach to 378 parcels within the vicinity of the mine. And those parcel owners who were willing to participate in the domestic well monitoring would be included at their discretion. The project proponent would examine the well, do performance testing, do a preliminary baseline water quality sampling in the well. This would be done the contact part of this would be 3 months before any dewatering was to occur. I'm sorry, excuse me, I misstated that. It's 3 months before any monitoring was scheduled to occur. And the monitoring itself would be at least 1 year prior to the beginning of the dewatering. The wells would be inspected, and then there would be instrumentation installed. All of this would be at the project proponent's cost. And then that groundwater level monitoring would continue on for at least, and again, that's the clarification that it's in at least, not just a number, it's at least 5 years during the operation of the mine. And then questions on that?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to be clear. First, you said it was going to go on for the whole time it would be in the process, and now you're saying 5 years.
Yeah, it's confusing, and I may have misstated it, but let me go back and say it
Okay,
correctly if I said it wrong.
thanks.
So under the groundwater monitoring plan, which are the dedicated monitoring wells that the project proponent constructs, that's through the life of the project. For the domestic well program, that's at least 5 years, during at least the first 5 years of the operation.
Any other questions?
This a question you may actually not be able to answer, maybe somebody else can, but there was a statement by a commenter that this, under the domestic well monitoring plan, if the property was sold, that would be discontinued. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So the ground, domestic, and well, and you've gotten through domestic. We didn't want to interrupt you, but we'd have some questions. You still have the well.
The well mitigation plan.
Plan to describe, okay, thank you.
Right, so I'll go on then?
Yes.
All right, so then the third document is the well mitigation plan, and this one was revised relatively late in the process by the project proponent, so maybe people are less familiar with it. And that's the one that I mentioned before, that the domestic well monitoring plan pulls the domestic wells that would be voluntarily monitored, given permission from the owner, into the well mitigation plan. So now those wells would be included in the well mitigation plan. So that the clarification I have on the well mitigation plan is that there was a statement about being provided with, if someone's well were to fail, they would be provided with a water tank to supply them. That's actually one of 14 points of that plan. So, in looking at these 14 points, the intent is to provide a replacement permanent source of water, either through setting the pump deeper, deepening the well. I believe there's compensation for increased costs of pumping. If the well is deepened, there's a provision for resampling. Remember, there's a baseline sampling of the included water quality sampling of the included domestic wells. Later, if one of those wells is impacted and the selected mitigation is to deepen the well, that well would be resampled. And if there's a degradation in the water quality because of the deepening, the proponent is saying in this plan that the proponent would cover the cost of treatment.
Thanks, Ken. We have a question from Supervisor Hall.
Again, not sure you're the right person to answer this, but I'll give it a shot. If someone outside of those 378 parcels had their well, but near, had their well tested by a third party and found impacts and brought that to the project management, I guess, would they then be included in the monitoring and remediation plan?
I'm not familiar with that detail, and I would push that over to the proponent.
Yeah, okay, at a later point. I'd love to have that.
Do you want to mark that parking lot that one and answer it? We just want to give you that opportunity.
Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, can I ask one then?
Yes.
I would all be curious, if I sold my property, why would that null and void my well? I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't buy a place if I didn't have a good well.
And the applicant may have another
So that'd be, I just would want
description.
another
I can
question.
get that one as well. Thank you. Thanks, Ken. Anything else?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Brian? Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff didn't have any other prepared responses, but we're happy to answer any questions. I know there was quite a bit of information brought up, but wanted to proceed at your discretion.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Does anybody need a break and then come back and ask a few staff questions? No? Go ahead.
I have a question. I don't know if this is more appropriate for later in a conversation, but I have a general overarching question about a number of agency comments plus commenters talking about deferred mitigation, that the measures were deferred for after project approval. Is that something you'll discuss later point?
We can do it now if you'd like. We have discussed that issue, and Nick Papani with Rainey is prepared to respond to that.
That would be great. And I'm looking at, I mean, where I've seen it is in groundwater mitigation, biological species, Wolf Creek, impacts mitigation, I think air. I think there's a number of areas where that was raised. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Nick Papani again with Rainey Planning and Management. Appreciate the question. That is a key question, and there's an important distinction when we're preparing environmental documents and making sure that the mitigation measures are adequate under CEQA. Deferral of mitigation is not allowable under CEQA. However, there's a specific approach to avoiding deferral and still have an acceptable mitigation measure under CEQA, and it really revolves around performance standards. And the CEQA guidelines is clear on this, that not all analysis has to be done as part of the environmental review process. You can have some additional analysis that is required as long as you have a very clear pathway as to what that analysis needs to entail. And if something is found that, let's say, is protected, for example, biological resources, then what is the mitigation pathway that one has to follow and be bound by? And so, for example, with the special status plant species, the surveys that were done for the project were done during most species blooming period, but there are a couple of potentially occurring protected plant species that they were outside of that survey period. And so the EIR requires a full set of protocol level plant surveys be conducted before any ground disturbance can occur. And the mitigations, lays out the protocol that has to be followed. It lays out, if species are found, what mitigation requirements have to be followed, and then monitoring requirements for and so forth. So that's kind of how the way to approach that, and it's the same for water quality as well in terms of the pathway that's laid out for the treated water sampling that has to be done prior to any discharge occurring into the South Fork Wolf Creek. There has to be detailed water quality sampling and submitted to the state, demonstrate that the treated water meets all of the standards that the state sets under the requisite permit.
So, for example, they take a groundwater sample, send it to the state. If the state finds there's some contaminants, their final EIR should have a process laid out in detail that if the state were to find the contaminant, here are the specific mitigation, not just sampling, here's the specific sampling that has to happen, here's the process, and here are the numerous or several mitigation measures that would have to be implemented. That level of detail is required to be in the final EIR.
Yeah, so for example, the proposal is to construct a water treatment plant to use certain types of media to treat the groundwater. The groundwater has been identified as having two constituents above water quality standards, iron and manganese. All other constituents were below the regional board standards. So the plan is designed to treat those two constituents. And what they have to do is, before they can discharge any water into South Fork Wolf Creek, they have to demonstrate that that plant is going to successfully treat the iron and manganese to the at or below the regional board standards. And it's a pretty standard approach, the type of treatment plant that they've identified. In fact, there's other permitted dischargers in the area. I believe North Star and Empire Mine are both treating iron and manganese using similar approach, and they've been able to successfully do so. So there isn't really a concern that they're going to be able to meet those standards, but the pathway is all laid out.
Okay, so it seems clearer in terms of the groundwater because they could go through the treatment plant. What about the biological resources? What would the mitigation measures that they would need to lay out look like?
Yeah, so one thing that I think helpful to understand is the water quality standards that the plant would have to meet. They're tied to what's called the basin plan, and that has certain objectives, and a number of those are biological related. And so the state is trying to ensure that whatever goes into that creek is not going to be harmful to downstream aquatic life. And so that's built into those standards that they have to meet.
Okay, I may have more questions later, but that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So Nick, there was a lot of public comment stating that the EIR was not adequate, did not go far enough. In fact, one public comment basically said, it wasn't Rise Gold's fault, it was your fault. Would you respond to that? Is there a higher level of an EIR that should have been done on this?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor.
You're welcome, Nick.
Yeah. We are not unaccustomed to criticism in this business. The EIR is a common attack point, and so it's our job to make sure that we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed. And part of that is to, we are experts in CEQA, but we are not experts in every technical discipline. And that's why we hire a team of experts to assist us. The level of technical analysis and peer review through this process, in my professional opinion, has been exceptional. And we know that it's an extremely controversial project, so we're absolutely not going to cut corners. And so I respectfully disagree that the EIR should have gone further. And I think the original recommendation was to certify the EIR. And obviously the recommendation before you is different now, but there's a level of confidence in the document.
Very good. Thank you, Nick.
Any other questions from the board? Anybody requiring a break? No? Okay, we'll move on to the applicant presentation before lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the board for their attention during this process. I'd like to thank the staff for their work on this, even though we disagree on several things. Thank you sincerely for your hard work on this. Thank County Council and the outside consultants that the county has used. I'd like to importantly thank the public for their participation in this process. We absolutely respect the public's concerns and their important right to participate in this project. I do want to know that there are a lot of supporters of this mine, and for various reasons, a lot of them weren't able to show up. A lot of them aren't comfortable coming here or speaking in public in some cases, but there are a lot of supporters of this project in the county, in the community. So I think Nick said it well about the comments that we've heard yesterday and today, and I don't think you want to hear from a lawyer trying to explain all these technical subjects and comments that were raised. I will say that most of the comments that I've heard, they track with what we saw as comments on the draft EIR, and those were responded to specifically and technically in the responses to comments in the final EIR. A lot of them are dealt with in master responses, many of them in specific responses to comments. I will address a couple things that I feel are within my wheelhouse, and then I'm going to hand it over to Ben to deal with some of the technical stuff. The first one that I'd like to just address real briefly, the NID request for a bond. And I'll say, first of all, RISE is comfortable providing a bond. If the board wants a bond of a certain amount, let us know. We're here to have those conversations and work with the county to be a partner. The reason that you know, I brought up the facts about the amount of that bond is because we actually submitted a Public Records Act request trying to figure out where it came from. And it was a very broad Public Records Act request, and no documents were handed over that answered that question. And I know Jennifer Hansen took offense at the inference that maybe the number didn't come from the right place, and I apologize for that, but she still didn't answer the question, and we would like to know where that number came from. And I think the main point is RISE is comfortable providing a bond if that would make the county more comfortable with this project. We are willing to talk about whatever conditions of approval or limitations or changes you know, to the project that could make the county more comfortable with it. The second one I'd like to address real quick is the mineral extraction combining zoning and staff's interpretation of that policy and of that state law. And respectfully, I do disagree on how that is supposed to be implemented. My understanding of the way it was explained by county staff is, well, when a project, a mining project, gets its approvals, then we apply that zoning. And that doesn't actually make sense with the purpose of the state law. If you've approved a mining operation on a piece of land, it needs no protection. You've already approved it. There's no protection needed. The purpose of that law is to protect known mineral resources that are designated by the state or otherwise known to have valuable mineral resources so encroachment does not occur. It just does not make sense that, well, we've approved a mine and so we're going to apply this protective zoning. It doesn't need it. That's not actually the purpose of that law. So I'm going to hand it over to Ben Mossman, who's more capable of dealing with the technical issues that were raised and hopefully can answer some of your questions and allay some of your concerns.
Mr. Powell, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
If I could. Regarding NID, did you reach out and just try to talk with them, or did you only submit a PRA?
You know, I've only been involved somewhat recently past. I didn't submit the PRA. It was the prior firm, so I don't know all the details and can't answer that question specifically.
Okay, thank you.
I can just follow up on that a little bit. I mean, we reached out to NAD very early in the process, and we had meetings with their staff, I think as early as probably 2017, and talked about, you know, the discharge of the water, what they thought was the best location to discharge the water. They participated, of course, in all the different phases of the project in the initial parts of it with different comments, and their comments have evolved over time, and then did quite a few meetings with them during the water supply assessment. And so, but after the Planning Commission, because we wanted to make sure that those that information was required to be handed over, we did submit the public record search.
That answered my question. Thank you.
So I'll start out with some of the outstanding comments, and then I've got a few different subjects which I kind of stood out to me on the public comments. So regarding when the property is sold, and so that only had to do with the East Bennett area where they were connected preemptively by as part of the project. And so when we first made that proposal, it was to install all the pipelines, hook every residence up to the NID potable water. And then later on, as more comments came in, we agreed to also pay for that water cost, so the water supply cost. And what we put into that mitigation plan was if that area annexed into the city of Grass Valley, which it may be, it's closer to the city boundaries, or if a person sold that property to someone else, that water payment would stop. And so potentially the intention is basically that there's an end to that mailing this check out every month or every year. And a new owner that comes in hadn't they're buying a property, they're expecting to pay their water bill like everyone else would. There's no financial difference to them. Whereas the owner that owns the house now, who's using a well, has quite low cost of getting their water, the NID installation would probably be a higher monthly fee. So there's a datum there that we want to compensate them for. And we just built that in so that if it's sold, that there's just an end to that contract. That's the reason for that. And it doesn't affect the well monitoring plans at all. And so any new owner that bought around the mine would still be entitled to participate in the well monitoring program. It may be there probably will be a necessity for them to agree to the well monitoring because it is their property. So if a new owner bought a property that was in the domestic well monitoring program, they would have to agree to allow us to continue monitoring their well. And so that they could disagree and that equipment would be removed from their well. As far as properties that are outside of that domestic well monitoring program, it's designed so that this 10% threshold is basically a trigger to the well mitigation program. So if there's an impact outside of that area that's currently in the domestic well, they would automatically be captured into the well monitoring program and the well mitigation program. And this kind of goes towards, there's a few comments about, is 10% the right number? And what about special situations where that actually was too much? And the way that the well monitoring program and the well mitigation plan is set up, it addresses that. And so if you're predicted to have a 10% drawdown by our modeling, which is being calibrated constantly by all this information that's being collected, it triggers the well mitigation program, where essentially a whole new set of criteria is put into place, where you're engaging with the property owner, you're doing all kinds of extra measurements. It actually requires that a plan be put together. So if there's an actual impact, how would that be addressed? If it can't be addressed through deepening a well, changing the pumping size, drilling a new well, then what would be the plan to bring NID water in? So that is all addressed in there preemptively. And the actual flow of the well is measured. And so that would all be accounted for. So the 10% is just to take the next step to take more action on these 14 bullet points. And it's probably worth actually going through some of these because it is something I think people aren't really aware of. You see it's Appendix D of the final impact report, buried in like volume 7 or something. And it's all the changes that are being made. So it says here, if a ground monitoring program predicts a potential impact to domestic wells, the following measures will be taken. And so the property owner will be contacted. The company will request to inspect and test the wells. Any nearby properties which we're not aware of will be, through the well completion reports by the state, will be contacted as well to make sure that they are included. The well will be inspected to determine the characteristics, including well depth, casing screen depth, static water level, pump depth, pump flow, pressure rating, well yield, and the treatment system in place. A water quality sample will be taken during the inspection. The performance standard for each property will be determined based on the parameters in Table 1. And Table 1 is essentially based on the NID's published values for different types of cropland that may be planted, the size of the residence. That's how much water supply that NID expects that such a property would need. A hydraulic test will be conducted to obtain hydraulic conductivity information. Instrumentation will be installed to measure water level on a periodic basis. So that's between 1 and 4 hours. And all of this water monitoring would have telemetry, meaning that that information will be constantly available. So people can know exactly what the depth of their well is at any given time. And there's a whole network of wells. You're going to see it in real time, essentially. So it's not like we're going to go out there and every month. It's like you know exactly what's going on in those wells. An evaluation will be prepared to determine actions to be taken at certain drawdowns or reduction in well yield in order to maintain the performance standard for the property. So ensuring that they have sufficient water supply at their property. This would include points where a different pump will be required or additional holding capacity installed. Just to kind of expand on that a little bit, if you consider like a lot of these wells are something around 20 gallons a minute. So if a typical home is using 400 gallons per day, I mean, it's only pumping out of its well for a total, if it was pumping at that full rate, 20 minutes a day. So there's quite a bit of room in there to make some small adjustments to make sure that there's a full water supply at the house. So it's not just about a 10% draw down a well. It's about making sure that each property has a water supply that's adequate and is not lesser than what they have at present. So at point 7, an evaluation will be made based on the geology of the area in the vicinity of property constraints, and current well characteristics such as well depth and potential for well yield to depth, whether the deepening of the well or the drilling of a new well would be an effective mitigation. So the automatic mitigation is not connecting the entire area to NID pipelines. It may be a very simple change. It may require no changes at all. So that is all evaluated to make sure that is that an actual feasible measure. If the well's purpose is entirely or partially for agriculture or extensive landscape, an evaluation of the feasibility to service the property with NID agricultural water. So if a property is using a lot of well water for their crops and there's available irrigation water, that could be something that could be considered in the plan. If the deepening of the wells or drilling a new well would not be effective, the extension of NID potable water service to the property would be evaluated and designed. So this is all included in here. The maximum drawdown to require the implementation of the connection to NID would be estimated. So it's basically saying, like, we predict there could be a 10% drawdown. So now we're going to go implement this program. And based on all this new, really detailed study of that individual well, now we'll make a re-estimate on what that criteria is. And if it's not 10%, if it's 8%, or some people are concerned that it's less, that would be captured all in this well mitigation plan. So that is, so number 10, if the increase in the cost of water supply from actions will be estimated. So the monthly cost of water supply by NID, if it was a NID connection, or the increase in power consumption for water pumping. So if a water pump had to be changed to a higher horsepower pump or had to be deepened, that cost would be fully compensated for. So point 12, it's essentially saying all that is to be paid by RISE. And then 13, it talks about kind of what we would talk about. The cost of water supply is increased. If the cost of water supply is increased, it'll be reimbursed for as long as they own the property. And so that is just put in so that there's an end in sight. So their well would be completely fixed to that existing standard. If a new owner came in, they would be buying it based on having a property with an adequate water supply.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification on the water elements. Just back to you, Mr. Powell, just to make sure that you have all of your comprehensively addressing your final closing statements and everything you need to talk about. Just don't want to get tunneled in on any specific item.
No, thank you. I think Ben may have a couple more technical issues that he wanted to, and we'll try to go quickly.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying not to get into too much detail, but I know that's something that came up a lot, so I just wanted to cover that, because I think really people haven't even seen that because it's in volume 7.
Volume 7 of a big document. Yeah, and I'm not trying to accelerate you. I just want to make sure I'm giving context to your comments so we understand where they fit in to the process. Thank you.
Do you want to move on to a different
just want to quickly mention on the earthquake fault. So that's something that happened a lot, I talk about a lot in the Planning Commission. And so the geotechnical studies have been done. There was 2 studies it was peer reviewed. But really, it's quite simple. I mean, California is required to map all seismic faults. You can go online within a few minutes, look at like a GIS system. You can zone in right to that parcel, and it's not a seismic fault. It's not a seismic fault. And that's available online. If anyone wants to look at that, they can look at that very quickly. There was a few comments about the water that currently seeps out of the mine. And so right now the mine is partially dewatered and the water comes out on Idaho-Maryland Road. And the samples were taken on the shaft side, where the shaft is on Brunswick, and samples were taken from that seep on Idaho-Maryland Road. And the water quality is different on each. There is some arsenic in that seep sample. And so in the water treatment design report, that is taken into account. And so that treatment system, if that was the water quality that is at that seep, that water treatment plant is capable of treating that water. It can remove all of those different elements. But the other key thing is that when the mine is starting to dewater, that flow would no longer be seeping out. So now it's being forced out through that Idaho-Maryland shaft. When it's being dewatered, the water is going to be moving in a different direction and out the Brunswick shaft into a different geology. And so the sampling at the Brunswick site is the most applicable to what would be happening in the future with the water actually flowing through the Brunswick mine. I just want to mention briefly, the CDFW letter came up, and I know if most, if not all of the recommendations were just adopted in full. And so there was a whole bunch of changes done on the CDFW by the biologists, and they essentially just adopted all of the recommendations by CDFW. So they had comments on the draft, but they were addressed in the final EIR. And that's the same thing with the Central Valley Water Control Board. And some people are trying to say that the Central Valley Water Control Board was saying that the EIR was inadequate. That's not true. They asked for some changes, and those changes were adopted in the final EIR. I think it's, if you don't mind, I would take a little bit of time to talk about the naturally occurring asbestos, and Art explained the geology quite well. And essentially, because there is, on part of that land package, a serpentinite unit, it automatically captures the whole project in what they call the ATCMs, the Airborne Toxic Control Measures. And those 2 are for surfacing and for coring. So those 2 ATCMs are required to be followed by the project. And that's why they're talking about the different receipts, the different kind of asbestos testing that's required. So even if there's no potential for naturally occurring asbestos, that testing would still be done because it's required under these 2 ATCMs. And the county uses these ATCMs a lot. So the county has a lot of experience in using the 2 ATCMs for asbestos to make sure that there's no public harm from naturally occurring asbestos, because you have a serpentinite belt that goes from where you have the Loma Rica construction going on with that big subdivisions being graded for the last 3 years. That's all in the serpentinite belt, all the way to Briar Patch grocery store. All that construction was done in serpentinite soils. All was done under the 2 ATCMs by the Northern Sierra Air District, and all is being done without a risk to public health. And so not only does we have to comply with these 2 ATCMs, but through the process where we talked to the Air District, and there was at least 3 revisions to that air quality report, they asked to do a more sophisticated testing, which they call TEM, transmission electron microscope. And essentially it's a more high-powered microscope, but it requires a different type of analysis. And that is done through the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. They tell you exactly how to convert from TEM structures to what they call PCM. So that's a lot to do with that letter that the Air District we talked about earlier that was put into the record. So not only does it comply with the 2 ATCMs, which is used all through the county. If you look at, like, say, Dorsey Marketplace, it was approved. The mitigation was only follow the 2 ATCMs. They didn't even have a health assessment. This goes a whole lot further. does a full health assessment on asbestos, and also has the ACER plan, which makes sure that will always comply with the results of that health assessment. I want to quickly mention the energy action plan. So this talked a lot about, there's quite a few comments about this, and it is compliant with the energy action plan. It's talked about in the final EIR, there's all kinds of responses about that. But essentially, the energy action plan is a residential energy reduction plan. It's not a carbon emission reduction plan. It doesn't consider like the replacement of widespread propane heating with electric heaters or heat pumps. It doesn't account for the electrification of vehicles to reduce carbon emissions, which of course would increase the total electricity consumption in the county, but decrease the carbon consumption. And one thing I want to mention is that when they calculate the carbon emissions from the project, they use the entire grid-wide average. So they're including fossil fuel plants, natural gas plants throughout the state, whereas the reality is that Nevada County is exporting hydroelectricity, which has very little carbon footprint. So it actually is quite conservative by assuming the whole grid. And we've done all we can to electrify the equipment. So all the equipment underground's electric powered. The processing plant is all electric powered. The only things that are fossil fuel power are some of the surface equipment, which hasn't been not advanced enough yet to be electrified, and then the trucks. And there is actually a mitigation in there that was put in on certain thresholds where actually those Class 8 trucks would be electric trucks. So we are going towards electric trucks. That's going to be something that's going to be probably implemented before this project is even constructed. Just in regards to the sale of rock and tailings, that came up a lot. It also came up a lot in the Planning Commission. But essentially, if the rock or sand, if there was no place to put them under the current design, and it couldn't be sold for whatever reason, the mining couldn't take place. So there's no impact if this rock couldn't be sold. So there's not a new impact where it's going to be piled higher. It can only be piled to the permitted heights that are being proposed. One thing that I think came out a lot in that vested right hearing is that you saw that all that rock that was piled up, these gigantic piles of rock from the historic mining, they're all gone. They were used for construction. The road, Brunswick Road, all the roads around here are paved with rock from that mine. So the rock has been used for construction. There was actually permits issued to mine the historic waste piles in Centennial Site, mine the tailings, use the sand. So it's obvious that has a construction value. We didn't put in a secondary crusher and a screening plant to compete with other aggregate operators intentionally. So we don't want to compete with local operators, basically competing against a free product. So our product, our mining is to mine gold. We're not here to make money selling aggregate. Okay, so we don't want to compete with them. We don't want them to be concerned about that. That's why we crushed only 6-inch minus. We didn't put in a crushing and screening plant, but that material can be used for all sorts of different purposes. You've seen that it's being used now as engineered fuel on our own sites, but it can also be recrushed by another operator to be used in all kinds of different purposes. And similar to that, the sand tailings. So you got 500 tons of rock, you got 500 tons of sand, and that sand is quite a coarse grade as far as mineral processing goes, 180 micron. And half of that sand, so you got 1,000 tons of sand to start with, half of it goes underground, so we can segregate by size. And so the smallest sizes would be going underground as backfill, and the coarser size uses the product. And that sand can be used for all kinds of different purposes, for pipe grading for pipes and all kinds of different uses. I think Art talked quite a bit about the Group C, so I don't want to cover that too much, but I'll just mention that all of the materials at the Centennial Site, despite a totally different practice, so by putting more mineralized materials into that pile, it was found in the DTSC cleanup to be Group C waste. So, and the main difference between what we're doing and what they've done in the past, and this goes to one of your questions earlier, is that when we mine the vein, which can have some sulfide minerals, so say pyrite, and some of that pyrite can have trace arsenic values. When we take that out of the mine, we grind it, and we use a flotation process to remove all the sulfides from the ore. So anything that has sulfides and could have arsenic, it's being taken out because it all has gold in it and sold. So it's leaving the site, it's leaving the county, it's going to a smelter to extract the gold, and they're going to take care of that pyrite. And they didn't do that in the past. They used flotation, but once they took the flotation out, they leach it with cyanide and they put it back in the tailings. So that tailings actually has the sulfide still in it. And then the other main difference with that site is that because the tunneling cost was so much more difficult back in the older days, they didn't put the tunnels in the footwall of the ore body or the hanging wall in that meta-andesite. They actually put all their tunnels in the vein, and the mineralized material that they didn't have enough gold, they just put it onto that site. So there's a lot more mineralization in that Centennial place, but nevertheless, it was found by the Water Board to be Group C. So we fully expect it would be Group C, and their mitigation measures require it to be Group C. And then one thing I think that deserves to be mentioned is that there's all kinds of drilling that happens during the operations and is necessary for the mining. So if you can think about the cost of driving a tunnel, it's about $10,000 for every foot of tunnel that you drive. So it's very expensive. We need to know exactly where the mineralized vein is. We need to get there as quickly, as short a way as possible. So a whole bunch of drilling has to be done as part of that mining process. And through that, you're doing all kinds of sampling of that rock, which includes for naturally occurring asbestos, for gold values, but also for the water chemistry, the chemistry of that rock. So if there was to be Group A or Group B, it could be avoided. There likely isn't Group A and Group B, but it would be essentially not mined. So you have all this kind of pre-knowledge through the exploration process. And that goes towards the ACER plan for natural occurring asbestos as well. I just wanted to mention also for the mine life, that's come out a lot in the staff report. It's actually used as a measure of intensity, 80 years, 24 hours of mine. I'll just read this policy because it's up to the board to determine what the suitable permit time limit should be. And the policy 17.7 says, use permit time limits for each project shall be established on a case-by-case basis. Time limits should be based on the reasonable expected life of the mining operation and potential conflicts with future neighboring land uses. So in my view, the area around is probably not going to change that much. There's not too many vacant lots. And how we came up with the 80 years, essentially we took the historic yield down to 1,600 feet. That's where they mined most of the ore. They produced 2.4 million ounces of gold. And then down to a maximum depth of 7,000 feet, that would be at 100,000 ounces of gold per year. That would take 80 years. And so that's what we based the number on. You may have your own analysis to figure out what an appropriate permit time limit is. But that was how we came up with the number. It's not our decision to decide what the appropriate use permit time limit is. You can pick a lesser number. I think that covers it. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just wrap up real quick. So we know this is a very controversial project, and there's a lot of emotion involved, and it gets very tense, and sometimes it feels like this adversarial process, but that really was never Rise's intent. Rise wants to and still wants to be a partner to the community and to the county. We believe the EIR is adequate. The EIR said the project was consistent with the general plan and mitigated most of the impacts. But if there are specific issues that the supervisors have concerns about and want an additional condition of approval or some sort of compromise from Rise, we're absolutely willing to have those discussions. We want to be a partner. Let us know what we can do to make the project something that you're comfortable with having in your community. So again, we believe the EIR is adequate. Nick spoke to that. We believe the findings can and should be made for the conditional use permit and variance, and that the project is consistent with the general plan based on what was stated in the EIR, based on past county interpretations. And I know intensity of the project is something that's pointed to in the staff report as a central reason why it's unacceptable. However, our belief is the intensity of this project is actually greatly exaggerated, where you have surface mines that are okay in rural areas with over 1,400 truck trips per day, and this project has 112 per day. And instead of activities being on the surface and open, creating noise, everything's inside buildings or deep underground. So we don't believe it's actually that intense or inappropriate to have in this area. The project would have great benefits to the county and working class families through the creation of jobs directly and indirectly. So we respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors approve all the project components and allow the mine to reopen. Whatever decision you make, we believe that no action is not lawful or acceptable for portions of the application as has been recommended in the staff report. So we ask that you approve with conditions, or deny. Our request, of course, is that you approve. So thank you for your time, and we're here if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Powell, and thank you, Mr. Mossman. And we appreciate you answering the questions that have come up over the course of the last 2 days. Are there any questions from the board for the applicant team? None. I think we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back and just call it 11 o'clock. I'm going to ask you to take your seats, please, and close the back doors. Come in or out and close the back doors. Take your seats, please. We're going to begin. Thank you for your patience over the last 2 days. I'm going to ask you for your patience again today. I'm going to open up board deliberation. We're going to have a conversation amongst the board. There's still time for clarifying questions. We're going to deliberate, and then we're going to go on a 1-hour lunch break. That lunch break may occur at 11:30. It may occur at 12, but we're taking a 1-hour lunch break prior to the conclusion of the board deliberations and a motion. I just want to check one more time, one final time with the applicant. Is there any other additional information you feel like we need to have from you or present to us? We're open at this time if you have anything else you need.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you for your patience in the process. Any other additional questions for the applicant or staff from the board? Okay. Yep. Any other questions? No? Go ahead. Thank you.
Brian, just one. Would you explain the current zoning on the Brunswick site and what is permitted there at this time?
Supervisor Schofield, the current zoning on the Brunswick side is M1 SP, which is industrial with a site performance combining district. And that SP note corresponds with a 1994, I believe, use permit that outlined allowed uses on the site through a use permit, which were industrial type uses that included warehousing, manufacturing, research and development, light processing of materials, similar to what you would see at Loma Rica. Mm-hmm. Those are the allowed uses under the industrial zone and under that use permit currently.
If the Brunswick mill was to come back, would that be something that would be qualified to sit there, or would that require a use permit?
That would require a new use permit.
And in this case, what's required here is an ME?
An ME, which is mineral extraction overlay, which is needed to allow mining activities per our code.
Yeah. And mining right now is not permitted there.
Correct. Not without the appropriate approvals.
Right. Thank you, Brian.
Quick question on the same. The MRZ designation by the state, and it's my understanding that there's all types of designations that the state or the federal government may put on different land areas. It doesn't have any bearing on the jurisdictional authority of this board to rule on current local zoning and ordinance.
That is correct. The board still has discretion granted by the zoning code, state law, and our general plan.
Despite the MRZ or any other designation placed by a different entity, state, federal?
Correct. And I may defer to others that have more knowledge, but the MRZ is a classification, and I believe there's a difference between a designation and a classification. And at this time, it has not been designated. They're certainly classified, which is a lower level.
Okay. Outside counsel's nodding her head. Would you like to make a quick comment for us?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Yeah, on designation, that's something that is usually requested by the landowner, and it goes through a specific process with the State Mining and Geology Board. If a property were designated and a use permit was denied, they would have the opportunity to take that denial to the State Mining and Geology Board. We're not in that situation. The current designation or classification of the property does not in any way change your land use authority, your ability to make decisions. Thank you.
You bet.
Ben, I have a question. Once the mine is dewatered, I'm questioning the drilling part of it. Do you continue to do we were told the core drilling is done from the surface, but once it's dewatered, does the drilling for core samples continue from the surface, or is it then done from below?
It would almost exclusively be done from underground because it's a lot shorter holes, easier to drill. And so we've done the drilling from surface out of necessity so far, but most of the drilling, if not all the drilling, would be done from underground and after dewatering the mine.
Can you clarify where most of that drilling was done from the surface on your part?
So the actual location of the drill?
Just general, in the Centennial site or?
It was all done from the Brunswick site.
On the Brunswick
There was some drilling kind of just south of that clay line pond. That was their first drilling and that was targeting the Brunswick veins. And then we had a drill location at the Union Hill shaft, which is on the same property but on the western side of it. And we did quite a few deep holes there, drilling for the downward extensions of the Idaho Maryland veins, which dip towards the property. And so at that, as it comes to depth, it actually comes towards the Brunswick site, and it crosses actually into the meta-andesite unit, so it actually is in the volcanic rocks. And so that's what we were drilling in those two areas.
Okay. Then the additional drilling that is done, is that part of the explosive? I mean, that's kind of my assumption.
Yeah, there's no explosives involved in the drilling. It's with a diamond core bit, and so it actually cuts through the rock, and then you pull out the drill core to see what that rock actually looks like. There's no explosives involved in the exploration phase.
There's no drilling in the explosive part of it?
For the mining process,
Yeah.
so the core drilling is no.
No. Down in the mine as you're going after the gold.
Yeah, so for the actual tunneling, to
Yeah.
make the tunnels, you drill a number of holes in a pattern, and then you load most of them with explosives, and then you blast that. And so that's where the blasting comes from. And so that essentially is done between the work shifts, so at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
And then just kind of explain to me how the explosion itself is muffled.
So as you load up these holes, there might be, say, 50 holes in a tunnel face. And to blast the rock, it has to be blasted on different delays. So in basically 25 millisecond increments to progressively make the opening bigger. And so those delays are critical to understanding the vibrations. And so how much weight of charge you have on every delay at any given time. And then they use that charge weight per delay and the distance to determine like what the impact from vibration would be on surface. And it's a really well-developed science. And so, and basically if you double the distance, it's like a square root. So as you go deeper, the vibrations, go down by a square.
So it's not a noise you're concerned with, it's a vibration.
Yeah, it's vibrations. You would have no noise from the blasting on surface because it's just air essentially that's moving through the mine. It's the vibration is the impact that would be something that has been studied in quite a bit of detail.
That's helpful. Thank you, Ben.
Brian, I had a quick question for you, and I thought maybe we'd hit it in a portion of our discussion, but it's just coming back to me as I look at my notes. There's a lot of discussion about the financial instruments or the surety related to future liability of the mine, how much money is needed in NID throughout this $14 million, and we've heard $160 million and all kinds of different figures. But is there an equation that's used in the planning process, just broadly speaking, that would apply a numerical multiplier to either the revenue or the footprint of the project or the potential environmental liability, or how do we come up with some sort of understanding about what would be a viable financial surety for the long-term exposure that our community faces?
Chair Bullock, so there are financial assurances that are associated with mines, but they're for the reclamation of the site. So there's a financial assurance cost estimate that's developed, or a FACE, and that is the cost to reclaim the site to the approved state. And then there's the financial assurance mechanism, or the FAM, that is the actual bond or CD in the appropriate amount. The assurance for the mine operations or the protections on the neighboring parcels or in the environment are basically built into the conditions of approval and the development agreement. Off the top of my head, I don't recall the development agreement requirements in terms of the bond and exactly what it is for, but typically with mining, it's for reclamation, and then anything additional beyond what SMARA requires would be up to conditions and the jurisdiction to negotiate.
Okay, but the estimation of those figures for calculating what we think would be appropriate would essentially be up to each individual estimation, either mine or yours or the applicant. There's no necessarily agreed upon methodology for setting that.
For the reclamation or the other issues?
I'm sorry, separate of reclamation.
Okay. It would just be based on the issue at hand, and we would base it on, whatever
we think.
There's really not an industrial standard. It's just dependent on what the issue is and the cost of either construction or those types of things.
What we're doing, where it is, all those different planning elements that you guys know a lot about. Okay, thank you. Did you have a question? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Mossman.
I was going to add one thing to that. So there also is state requirements. And so in the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board's comment letter, it's 5.8, it says water quality specific financial insurances. So they have their own process to ensure the protection of water quality, which will require a bond. And there'll have to be some kind of technical analysis and I guess negotiations. So there are other outside bonds, of which this is one of them. And then one other thing, in the development agreement, there is by putting that $100,000 for the air district, the intention of that was to basically be an assurance that there is adequate staff to make sure that they're monitoring the site as far as air quality.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, a follow-up. Yeah, I was aware of the groundwater or the water quality, that they had additional financial requirements, but we don't know that that's been set aside now. That would come later, right? You'd have to figure that out later.
I believe that it would have to be negotiated and fully paid before you could put any mine waste underground. That's the criteria if it's a mine waste unit under the regulations. So you wouldn't be able to essentially do any mining until you've paid that bond.
Right, but that's another huge chunk of money that needs to be set aside. So Brian, one of the questions I have is what, all the financial assurance, I've had lots of questions about that, and a lot of those have been answered, but they're all for after the fact. They're all for reclamation. If something happens on day 5 of a mining operation, such as big and complex as this one, and there's damage, is there money set aside for existing problems for a functioning mine, number one? And number two, if that ended up being exponentially large problem to fix, what protection do we have if the company goes bankrupt over those costs?
Supervisor Hall, beyond some of the dollar amounts that were identified in the EIR for the air district and the fire protection district, I don't know that there's a set aside bond or dollar amount for contingencies of any damages. It would be maybe more in the civil and the court world, but that's maybe outside my expertise.
Ms. Kinderman, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to reiterate what Brian had said previously, that there could be financial assurances different from the term used in SMARA, but there could be assurances, financial assurances in placing conditions of approval, and in the development agreement, they could be more robust than what are there already. And the project is operating in phases. with county's expertise and working maybe with the applicant as well, they could determine for each phase what financial assurance and bonding would be appropriate for each phase.
So if I could follow up on the second part of my question, I mean, we've seen this before, where mining companies simply can't fund the cleanup or the problem or go bankrupt, and the community, the county, and the taxpayers are left to hold the bag. What protection do we have against something like that happening?
I'm not an expert on bonding, but I know with a bond, they're basically paying for an insurance policy that will cover that. And the county would want to make sure that it would be covered by each of those policies, those bonds.
But just to can I clarify one piece?
Yeah,
But a good point that you just brought up is the actual, it's up to us to decide which element and phase would require what amount and require that in the conditions of approval.
Well, the county could do that. They could do that with input from the applicant as well. You also have experts here who could assist with that as well.
That was kind of my last question, was the methodology that gets us to understand what that is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And sorry, but to continue to back up, I mean, so we're saying now the insurance company would be the backstop, and yet we know multiple communities have ended up having to pay for the cleanup. So does that mean the insurance company could also not go bankrupt or not be able to fulfill its obligation?
That's a possibility. Thank you.
You know, this has all been interesting. I still, the water thing really has me the most concerned. I mean, we talked about $14 million bond for NID, and I think that's an underestimate watching these water projects we go through. And then I worry about that with water, with climate change, and where's that water going to come from? And so those are still just some little, I liked your answers that you had for some of it, but it still is just a bit concerning to me that, because we're talking about vibration, and we're talking, I know water goes downhill. So those are the only things, I mean, we lived through the Siscon mine debacle, right? And that was a mistake and what it caused. And we're working on a fault, or, okay, you're not gonna say it's not a fault, but we got a vein. And so that one still has me a little concerned. Water, we know, we gotta have it to, and now we have a big residential area all around there. We're talking 120 units, right? But it could extend out to bigger, because it's kind of interesting when you watch where your pattern that you have in here, it shows where your mining mineral rights go to. It extends a long ways besides just being under Brunswick home place, right? So I just want to, like, where are those assurances? Where are the problems where vibration comes on a regular basis and it upsets your septic? I'm just looking at some of these things, because we're talking rural, but we're really not rural at this point.
So I mentioned a few things. So there's the mineral rights area. And then in the final EIR, we actually reduced that by quite a lot. And it's the proposed underground mining area, because people that were concerned on the very fringes of those mineral rights where no mining would realistically take place. In order to make that more clear, we shrunk down the actual footprint of the proposed underground mining. So it's a lot smaller, and a lot of the people that were very concerned, they're actually not in that proposed mining underground area. So that's one part that make the footprint smaller. And then the other part is the depth. So there'll be no mining except for the service shaft, which is the additional shaft from surface to 500 feet. And the depth is really what is the protection, because like if you look at all the drill core that we've drilled, the first 200 feet is that weathered and fractured rock. That's where the people's wells are primarily pumping their water from. And as you get deeper, that weathering zone stops and it becomes much more solid. So the permeability of the rock is less at depth. And because it's the ground pressure, there's no weathering. And so you've got the barrier of a solid rock between these wells that are on surface and the mining. And really that 500 feet, that's the the least depth that you could have, but realistically, there's not much to be mined until you get down to 1,600, 2,000 feet. And so you've got this existing mine that's already there. You already have all these tunnels there. It's already influencing the groundwater levels. And you have wells on top in the East Bend area that are actually pumping water right above a partially dewatered mine. So if you look down that shaft, there's 260 feet down before you can see the water. And then there's other shafts called the Old Brunswick shaft, which are in that East Bennett area. They're completely empty, just air in them. And you've got wells in East Bennett pumping water from, say, like almost close as 10 feet away. So the water level in the mine is not the same as the water level in the rock. And so that's what I would say is the big difference. You have an existing mine. It's already partially dewatered. They haven't hit some extensive fault that's flooded the mine. There's never been a flood in that mine through its entire history. And it's completely different than the Siscon mine, where the Siscon mine, you're mining near surface. It's a mine that they've never mined underground before. They did hydraulic mining, but they had never done drift mining on that, so they had no experience with the mining. And so it's near to surface in that fractured zone. And they're actually mining on the bottom of a riverbed because they're mining a buried channel deposit. So they're mining on the bottom of a river channel, which was developed over time to channel water into it and flow. And so it's a completely different situation than what we're talking about, and has all the opposite characteristics of what we're talking about, which is a deep hard rock mine, has 100 years of history. We know exactly what they were pumping. That's how these calibrations were done. We know the ranges of the water that would inflow into them. We know that there's no catastrophic flooding throughout its whole history. And we also know that these wells aren't connected to a large-scale fault which would dewater, hundreds of wells. That if that was the case, those wells would be already connected into the mine, and the level of the water in their wells would be equal to the level of the water in the mine, essentially. So that I think hopefully explains it a bit better.
If I could add just one point. And I understand, because what you're thinking, the concern, because what you're thinking about is the unknown. Okay, we've got these 3 studies that say only 7 homes will be affected with this 10% threshold. But what if they're wrong? The Siscon mine, for example. So, if bonding is the solution, we're happy to discuss that. And it's hard. I know it's hard to put a figure together because the 3 reports says it's going to be 7 houses that would have that effect, potentially. And the mitigation provided was for a lot more houses than that. So I don't know, and I don't know that our experts know exactly how to come up with a number that satisfies your concern, which is, okay, what if the unknown, unexpected happens, right? But RISE is willing to have that discussion, provide the bond, and you may need to ask the county's experts on how to come up with that number, but RISE is willing to do that.
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on that, a couple of comments. I think for me, the concern is twofold. Yeah, where's the money going to come from to clean up something that might happen? But really, my biggest concern is preventing anything from happening. We're not interested, I don't think, in cleaning up a big mess and feeling secure that you might have the money. We want the security, but prevention really is the big unknown. So you are going to be blasting, you're going to be potentially making more tunnels, you're going to be taking out more rock. And it's true that fractured rock can happen anywhere. Aquifers pop up all over the place. And that there is no map of the fractured rock below or the aquifers, except for where the tunnels have already been built, right? There is no map, there's no underground map of fractured rock and aquifers. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that there's no map of every fracture, but there's a well-known range of permeability in those rocks, and it is solid rock. I think that's something that you really need to keep in mind. There's a range of permeability, and that range has been tested through the various scenarios used in the modeling. So they looked at the worst case scenario. They said, what if we're wrong by a magnitude of 10 on permeability, they looked at that, and they used the most sensitive scenario to present as far as that drawdown. So that has been accounted for. I don't think it's an unknown, and maybe Ken can explain more. I'm not a hydrologist, but
Yeah, it is an unknown. It's a model. And I think that's the concern, is that that accident could happen anywhere, anytime, because you know from the drilling you've done, the samples, you know from the tunnels, but any place that you haven't touched yet, except, that isn't completely non-permeable, there could be an unknown chunk of fractured rock or an aquifer. That's how these accidents happen. And so, I think you've answered that question. You've done the modeling and you're prepared to clean it up. My concern is with the error, potential for error. And if I could turn back to our staff, I think it's kind of interesting that probably the biggest issue of all that I see here is one that isn't asked about in the EIR or even discussed maybe, and I believe there probably is science around that, and that's human error. This whole thing is predicated on the fact that there either will be no human error at all in any of these processes for 80 years, or that if there is, we got the money and we'll clean it up. But I would guess there's science on the percentage of likelihood that an error could happen, that could discharge polluted water into the Wolf Creek, that could destroy Wolf Creek, that could destroy the easement that's down there, that could impact our wells, that could impact our air, potentially permanently. So I don't know if there's anything you guys can say about the science of the probability of human error, but I think that's something it's sort of underlying everything, and it's not really quantified or discussed in the documents.
Supervisor Hall, there's inherent risk with all types of projects, and there may be increased risk with this type of project or not, given the chemicals or the types of uses that are proposed. There's always some level of risk. I don't know the appropriate way to calculate that risk, other than maybe to look at industry history in terms of accidents throughout the industry. But I think the idea is that there are oversights and a number of federal and state agencies that try to reduce that level of accident and human error, but I think that could occur at any time, and I don't know how to measure that.
Thank you.
Can I respond? Sure, just real quick. So I have a little experience in this area, especially on the human error side, having come from the city of Grass Valley. In the late 1990s, the city of Grass Valley decided that they were going to upgrade their wastewater treatment plant. And it's adjacent, their existing facility is adjacent to the North Star mine. And when they were starting their exploratory digging, they hit a vein from the mine, opened up a big area, and started leaching water into Wolf Creek. The city was subsequently sued by several environmental groups, and that happened in, I think, 97, 98. I didn't get elected to the city council till 2004. The lawsuit was still going on with the city of Grass Valley, was in the process of suing the Newmont Mining Corporation, who has very deep pockets and has the ability to take care of the whole thing. It took millions of dollars, not just in legal fees, but the city had to process all that wastewater through their wastewater treatment plant, and they had to spend the money for the chemicals and the processing that happened, as well as it took away connections for people who had legitimate development that they wanted to do because the wastewater treatment plant was being utilized for something different. It finally did get settled. Like I said, millions of dollars in legal fees. And the outcome was that Newmont Mining Corporation did take responsibility, and they had to pay to build a small wastewater treatment plant to treat the water that's coming out of there in perpetuity, is my understanding. So when you talk about unintended consequences, human error, things that can happen, cautionary tale of something that has happened in our community, took years and years to remediate. I think my biggest point here was that we had to sue them to get them to do the right thing, and that's why it took so long. So I just don't want to see us in the same position here where we have to sue the applicants to get our money. One other point, when you're talking about dollar amounts and bonding and assurances, and I don't know if this is a 100% accurate number, but I'm gonna throw it out there. I believe with the M Gold project, while they were negotiating a development agreement with the city of Grass Valley previous to their project coming to the city council, the dollar amount was somewhere over $100 million in mitigation to open the Idaho Maryland mine. And at that point, M Gold decided they couldn't afford to do it, so they pulled their application. And obviously Dave and Pat are still in the community, and it seems like they're working with these applicants. And I had a lot of faith that the work that they were doing at the time, it just was not financially feasible for them to move forward. So something for us to consider if we do have to go into some sort of a development agreement or a negotiation on mitigation on this project.
Lisa, did the M Gold project actually reach the city council?
It did not. It had
did not.
a preliminary hearing with the Planning Commission, and at that point, staff was in the process of talking about a development agreement with them to see how they could mitigate all of their impacts. And at that point, it just kind of went away. Never did make it to us.
Along that same line? Chris, you made a comment that said we approved a mine. To my knowledge, this is the first mine application that's actually reached this level. Am I correct? When did we approve a mine?
I believe the Boca Quarry mine in 2019.
Excuse me, that's
Yeah, I
totally
have
different, yeah.
something to say on the Boca. I was a planning commissioner during that Boca Quarry.
Okay.
Not sure if this is working. And it was significantly different than this. It was a surface pit aggregate mine that had already been mined. It's directly adjacent to Highway 80. It's surrounded on 360 degrees by Forest Service land. It's got an arterial road that leads to the highway. So spent a lot of time thinking and talking about that for my community that I represent in that area, and I don't think it's applicable at all. Other comments or questions by the board? Okay, with that, we're going to break for a 1-hour lunch. We'll see you back here at 12. We'll call this 12:45. We're going to return at 12:45 from lunch. Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready, Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nichols and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nichols and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nichols and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox,
No worries, we'll wait for you. No problem. Yeah, no hurry. Yeah. We're gonna reconvene here, and I just wanted to remind everybody you may strongly agree or you may strongly disagree with the statements being made by the board members. I'm just going to ask you to not jeer or cheer or boo. You can make silent gestures, but please be respectful of the board members here and the applicant in this process. So with that, we're going to open this up to member comments, and I'm going to start with Supervisor Swarthout.
Thank you. Not sure if it's good to go first or go last, but I'll give it my shot. First, I want to take the opportunity to thank all the people who have been involved with this, especially for such a long time. Our staff, I think you've done an amazing job, treated everybody fairly and equally, and I appreciate how much you've put into all of this. Planning staff, community development staff, certainly our legal team and our outside counsel, very appreciative of being able to get all of our questions answered in a really timely manner, so thank you. Big kudos to our staff in our office. It's very complicated and time-consuming to put together meetings like this. When I walked into my office on Monday after being gone for a week, I had both of those binders from the CEA on my desk. I had a binder this big from county staff, as well as all the information downloaded onto my computer. So it's not lost on me how much work goes into doing something like this. So I just want to acknowledge all the hard work and whatever the outcomes here today is. I believe everybody has been treated fairly and respectfully by all the people of Nevada County, all of our employees and all of us here at the board. There were basically three main points that I wanted to make, and they have to do with the issues that are not in the draft EIR or in the environmental document, the three issues that are not able to be mitigated. Aesthetics, noise on part of the application, and then the transportation, or more commonly known as what we call traffic mitigation. And just for context, these are probably the three biggest areas that I get calls from constituents about in the community. Not on this project, on any project. I get calls daily and weekly on our traffic problems here. I get calls on, what are we doing? Why is our county being overdeveloped? You know, for other areas that people don't feel are aesthetically pleasing to them. And then the noise issue. Noise is huge. It affects people's quality of life. And whether it's a little bit of noise or it's a lot of noise, I happen to have just recently moved from a home that had freeway noise, and it's very loud. So I'm very appreciative of the comments that people have made in regard to those things. I believe that what we've been asked here to do is to create overriding considerations for those things that are not able to be mitigated through the environmental process. And I just don't see it. I don't see the promise of potentially 300 jobs to override people's quality of life through these particularly these three issues that I mentioned. So I think the applicants have done a good job of making their case. I appreciate the work that's gone in and on their side as well. But when I interpret the general plan on this issue, and I pulled it out just to remind myself because it was one of the very first things that I looked at several years ago when I started hearing about the mine, is it states very clearly, large-scale exploration projects, surface mines and subsurface mines, however, require conditional use permits issued by the county. Most of these activities are disallowed in designations incompatible for mining. Incompatible designations are generally in the more urban area of the county. You cannot deny that that area has not been urbanized. At the time that the Idaho-Maryland mine existed originally, yes, town was 2 miles away. Now town is there. They are consider themselves in Grass Valley. And I just don't see us throwing out that section of the general plan to accommodate something like this. Yesterday, when Mr. Mann was up here from the Circle organization, and he made a comment that we live in changing times and changing values. And I really appreciated that. While this might have been popular and might have been an economic driver 50, 40, 30 years ago, times have changed. I always like to say, I'm not big on change. I struggle with it. When I was on the Grass Valley City Council, I always said that you will close Mill Street over my dead body to a pedestrian mall. Well, guess what? I'm not dead, and there's a pedestrian mall there today. So things have to change, and I think we have to move forward as a community, and we need to change for the better, and we need to look at different ways to create jobs here and different technologies to employ people, and I just don't think that this is the right way to go.
Thank you, Supervisor Swarthout. Let's go over to Supervisor Hook.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you again. I just would echo what Lisa just said about all the staff, all the folks at RISE. I mean, this has been a really interesting process, long process, and a lot of work went into this. And so I really tried to dig into this because I actually think the project's kind of interesting. I think there's some validity to it. I think the problem is probably the place and the time. We looked at Sphere, we talked about being rural, and that place really isn't rural anymore. Actually been, even you said, it has the possibility of being annexed into the city. So that tells us a little bit of a different atmosphere that's gonna happen there. And then I'm trying to think of this over an 80-year period, where I looked at some of the things that the EIR said that I just didn't think, even though I'm not the expert, I've lived here, I've been born and raised here, I've seen mistakes that we've made. I've seen changes that have happened that actually weren't always positive for our community, right? All based on science. And so I'm trying to look at that in the big picture. I have to live with change every day in an agricultural setting. And now I'm asking people that live there in a residential area to have to look at this in a different setting. So that's been, like I said, looking a little bit tough. I look at mining. I'm not against mining by any means, but I do think that, and the technology that you guys are going to be using and doing those kinds of things is intriguing to me. But I guess it comes back to the general plan. That's why I had to bring my thoughts back to what the general plan says and what that says for my community. And so there were a couple other items about the financial insecurity. That was a little opening eye for me to think that what happens if you do leave and then we're stuck with a mess, right? I think that's something we're still cleaning up after numerous mines in our community. Although there's a lot of history there. My family worked in the mines. My family provided food to the miners over the years. And again, so I've seen a lot of changes, and I just think this one doesn't fit for this spot anymore. And I could go on, but I just think that's probably where I am. So again, I appreciate everybody's input and I've learned so much. I've never read so much material over the last few years that, and some of it over so in depth that I've been thankful that there's people to go ask those questions that have to explain things to me. But then the general plan's pretty point blank. And I think that our team did do a good job in managing that. I know there was some questions about that. But I think when you just dial it right back down, that's where I had to sit with this one. And be happy, because I know I'm going to die here in Nevada County. This is my place that I want to live for the rest of my life.
Thank you, Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Schofield.
Well, I'd like to give a little history here to myself. Can I have 5 minutes? That's a joke.
All the time you
I know 3 minutes go fast, folks. So I'm a fifth generation Nevada County. I lived in downtown Grass Valley. I was about 11 years old when they shut the mines down. My grandfather was a hoistman on the Pennsylvania mine, which is part of the Empire mine now. My father, coming back from World War II, worked for a very short time in the North Star mine. He hated it. He got out of that as quickly as he could. That was not his thing. When I was first elected here, well, actually when I was at the fairgrounds as a CEO, M-Gold was, I think it was kind of ending its process with the city of Grass Valley. And I liked M-Gold's idea. They had the concept of putting the waste into a tile manufacturing, and I thought that was pretty unique, and I liked that a lot. I liked the way that M-Gold became a part of our community, and actually still are part of our community. Many of the major players are a major part of our community. I became friends with David Watkinson. He was here sitting with Rise Gold, and also Pam Lawson. I became friends with them, and when I was running for election, David's house is on Dog Bar Road, and I was able to put up a sign that says, "Elect Ed." So coming into this 15 years ago, if Heidi was being asked to recuse for her side, I could have just as easily been asked to recuse because I was very much in favor of M-Gold. And then coming into becoming a supervisor, I tended to support those types of things. I voted for the Blue Lead mine, much smaller mine, but it was controversial too. I've strongly supported Hanson Brothers in their operations, their quarry operations. I support Tykert up in Hardy's district, and I support them down here in Placer County, although I think they should be paying us for fees when they use our roads, such as Rutherford Lane. So yes, those operations do have their impacts, and I didn't appreciate the fact that they weren't willing to pay us for that, but that's the way it goes. But also in the process of sitting here for the past 15 years, I've had things come to us that make me wonder about the mining situation. I think one of the first things that came up was, and I have tried to stay neutral on this, really hard to stay neutral. Most people talk to me, Mr. Bear, you can vouch for this, and I say, hey, I'm neutral, right? That's what I've tried to do. But some things have impacted my thinking on this. And the first one that kind of came to mind to me was drilling. And I asked questions about the drilling earlier. The core drilling that was going on. While that was going on, we had people in these chambers complaining. They had a drilling, those vibrations that you're talking about, were being heard throughout the area. And I remember one coming as far away as Brighton Street, which is a long ways from the Idaho Maryland mine. But I assume it just kind of flows through those shafts that are all underneath our city and town. So that was really one of my first concerns. And then we started having people come in here from the Ridge years ago, speaking against potential mining, possible mining down here based upon their experience with Siscon Gold and what had happened up there. And I realize from your discussion, it is basically very, very different. I understand that. However, I just want to read something here that from Nevada Irrigation District. This just came recently. Regional groundwater models, and this would be talking about wells, are simplistic representations of complex systems, and therefore there is a high level of uncertainty related to the prediction based on groundwater modeling. I have the sense that that doesn't just relate to water. When you get into mining, it relates to all aspects of it. Noise, transportation, once we get into it, we just don't know. There's so much of it that is unpredictable. I have too many notes here. I think another issue that I hadn't really thought that much about was both Hardy and I sit on the Air Quality Board. Prior to sitting on that board, we didn't give a lot of thought, or I didn't give a lot of thought to the air quality. I didn't think what impact would that have. Well, certainly there is the potential impact, and again, you've explained this to me. Most everything that I'm saying here can be rebutted. I understand that. But being a part of that board and realize that we're sitting in a non-attainment zone, and realizing also the source is not from mining or anything like that. It's a totally different source. But it does make us very, very aware of our air quality problems we do have already. And the potential, again, the unpredictability of what could possibly happen coming out of an operation such as this. I think the thing that I really began to notice and what really kind of centered down, and both Lisa and Sue has said this, it was one of the slides that said, look, you've got this line between the Brunswick property, between rural and community. And I'm thinking, you know, what's the definition of rural? If you live in Sacramento or New York City, well, Brunswick Road is definitely rural. But if you live in Nevada County, Brunswick Road is certainly not rural. It's right on the outskirts, right adjacent to the city limits of Grass Valley, in some cases, actually in the city limits of Grass Valley. That means that this operation will have the impact, has the possible impact of 20,000 people, if not more, if something goes wrong. Finally, I'd like to make a mention of the public hearing itself. This has been an incredible public hearing in my mind. I've never seen, first of all, a public hearing where so much of everybody here is on one side of this. In my mind, there were, if my count is right, 89 people who spoke for their given time up here. All of them spoke in opposition to the mine, with the exception of 2 who were my friends from M Gold, and also one other one from one person who decided it wasn't M Gold's issue, it was our staff's issue, which I kind of resent. Lost my thoughts here. Anyways, that's what I come down to, is the community thing. So I want to, let's see, where have I got here? Just a few mentions on the public comment. Mr. Newsom yesterday mentioned Rice Gold came in knowing the zoning did not allow mining, and knew they should, and they know, or they should have known, the results of the M Gold project. So in my mind, you speculated. You were doing your best. You had no idea whether you could get this passed. In fact, if you really looked at it, it probably looked like it was going to be very, very difficult to get it passed. Or, as Supervisor Swarthout mentioned, a $100 million bond is what it would have taken with M Gold. Very good point, Lisa. Mr. Snodgrass, kind of along these same lines, he mentioned that he purchased stock in Rise Gold and immediately had it drop 70%. He had a great plan for the county to buy it. Parks would be nice, but I don't think that's realistic. And the county needs M1 zoning. They need that light industrial zoning. This kind of looks at the financial part of it again, and also the fact that the $100 million supposedly that would be needed, and what it would cost if we did have one of those unpredictable situations happen. We're not dealing with Newmont Mining here, a big company that's got the financial backing. You guys don't have that backing to assure us that you could take care of such a situation. And then finally, earlier today, Mr. Mendoza, I believe, I think he said it very simply. Wrong place. It's the wrong place. So when we look at this project, whether it should be approved, should the EIR be approved, I think we look at 6 to 8 hours of public comment. In my mind, the community has spoken. So I'm opposed. I would vote against. I would support the Planning Commission in denying the project, the variance, and the EIR. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. We're going to go to Supervisor Hall.
Thank you. Thanks also. It's very emotional. I also want to thank everyone who's contributed to this, all the knowledge for this project for the past couple of years, all of the professional staff, all of the legal and technical consultants, department heads, and our office staff who've done so much, gone out of their way to try to make it welcoming to all of the commenters, give everyone the time they needed, and to be fair. And it has been a fair process. I want to talk about my views on this project. I do want to, I guess I wasn't going to say anything, but I will say something. You know, my colleagues, and I appreciate my colleagues too, everyone here has taken this very seriously. You heard from one of my colleagues that she has a background in dealing with a mine application, which informs her opinion here. You heard from two of my colleagues who have family history with mine, which informed their opinions and ideas here. I have a background of environmental protection, which to some degree informs what I bring to this conversation. And yet I was the only one targeted with a recusal request. It's the applicant who's been complaining about unfairness. Just would like you to think about that. For my part, I see my role here is that my number one concern is the health and welfare of this community, my chosen community. And it's for today and the future. And I chose this community because of the beauty of its natural resources. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional. Because the spectacular Yuba River, the forests we have here, the trails, the opportunity that I have to live in the woods and look out every single window and see nature, and to breathe the sugar pines at night and to feel the earth under my feet when I walk outside at night because I want to see the stars. This place is special because of the beauty of its natural resources, because of this community that cares so deeply about where they live and how much they want to protect it. That is top of mind for me, and that makes this place extremely special. I appreciate, we'll go to the EIR for a moment. I appreciate so much, Mr. Mossman, your responses on the deferred mitigation. That was extremely helpful and allayed some of my concerns about the deferred mitigation, but not enough. I'm very concerned about our waterways and what goes in them. And while some of the mitigation, deferred mitigation, it sounds like was responded to in the FEIR, not all of it. I will read from the Bear Yuba Land Trust, which also has an obligation to protect our lands here. Our letters included an exhaustive discussion related to how BYLT is legally bound to protect, preserve, and maintain the natural, ecological, and aesthetic values of the easement property, this is the Bennett Wetlands area, from outside impacts to whatever extent possible in perpetuity. That's meaningful. As we stated, the FEIR does not adequately assess impacts or include any substantive mitigation measures for the potential impacts related to the quantity and quality of new mine water that will enter Wolf Creek. That is a serious consideration and concern that I continue to have even after everything we've heard today. But ultimately, I think my overarching concern is that this does not fit our general plan, which reflects, to my mind, just what I talked about, the rural quality and character of this place and why we love it so much and why people like me move here and make it their home and want to protect it. It's clear that this community wants to move forward to a cleaner economic future and not go back to mining. And notwithstanding past board decisions, this board has the obligation to look at what the community needs and wants today and in the future. And we do have that land use designation, authority, and responsibility. This is a complex and impactful industry, and the risk of human error along the way is significant. Cleanup or mitigation of any conceivable mistake, just one in 80 years, could be catastrophic. And it could impact this community in a big way and for a long time to come. And ultimately, nothing after any cleanup would at all be the same. I feel like I have a positive obligation to continue to protect the natural beauty of this community and the general plan and the rural quality and character that we have here and love so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hall, and thanks to all my colleagues for putting all the time and effort into considering this issue and giving the applicant their process. And coming to the process without bias, and having listened to all the comments, it's obvious to me that we've given this a lot of care and consideration. Thanks to staff for assembling all of the information, and the consultant team for the technical elements that added to that conclusion, both from the Planning Commission, the staff report that you've brought forward, and everything that you've presented here today. My comments are essentially in support and in line with my colleagues' comments. There's nothing significantly new, so I'm not going to pontificate a lot on this, but I do want to mention a few things. You know, I have consistently supported other mining applications in the county, Tykert specifically, for responsible surface reclamation and mining of aggregates to support our highways, our roads, our bridges, our construction projects. I don't have any problem with mineral extraction or resource extraction. The timber industry is something that has supported our economy and our way of life for many years. So I feel like I came to this process with an open mind, similar to as you've described it, Supervisor Schofield. But Supervisor Hall, I think, said it best, and my role really is to protect the best interests of Nevada County, of the people of Nevada County, and make sure that we support in perpetuity their health, their quality of life, and their economic and cultural prosperity. And I don't believe this mine supports that in its current form. The final EIR has adequately described, the key word described, the potential significant and unavoidable impacts. But the project, in my mind, has not adequately removed or mitigated these environmental threats, which threaten our community, our way of life, our cultural and economic prosperity here. Specifically for me, the estimated noise impacts are inadequate. They are a fairy tale. I don't believe that they're accurate inside the document, and I believe that we'd be subjected to noise and vibration that goes well beyond the 39 or 40 decibel level that's indicated in the plan. I don't believe that doing that type of activity is sustainable within the community close to the boundary areas of an urban interface like Grass Valley. I think the water quality assurances are inadequate, the way that they're described. I do believe that there's a tremendous amount of detail, but the unknown factors related to the mining impact on the wells, our watershed, and surface waters cannot be measured, and I don't believe what I read in the EIR. I think there's significant inconsistencies with the general plan. I stand behind the general plan in its format. I believe that that's one of the key elements in front of us here today for this jurisdictional authority in this hearing. I think finally for me, the financial assurances and the pro forma, I don't believe are based in reality. I don't think they are in a position to keep long-term promises to our community, and I don't want to be responsible or subject somebody sitting in this seat in the future having to balance the needs of the taxpayers against private entity that's taking resources out of this community to make money. I'd like to just mention really briefly that the applicant, you do have legal recourse. That's your right. But however, I believe the process was fair and transparent and within the jurisdictional authority of this board. And it's my hope that the people of Nevada County are not subjected to the cost of unfounded liability and litigation based on this, and with that, I can't support this mine.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. Do we need two motions here, County Council?
No,
Just
this
one?
is set up as just one
Okay.
motion if
All right.
you're adopting the resolution.
Okay, so I make the motion that we deny the certification of the environmental impact report and that we deny the Rice Gold project.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion Supervisor Swarthout, second Supervisor Schofield. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
Thank you.
This public hearing is adjourned.